No, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So I met this old man. He was so poor, didn't hold no bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. The landlord wears the rent, school fee too, partner drop bombs, and the youth them need you. Friends all ask me what I'm gonna do. I smile and tell them that God will see me through. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pain, God is always there for me. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. I met this old man, he was so poor, he didn't hold a bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, I never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, no, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the
Tools, hardware and supplies is holding up big heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more at Tools.
Separate me from your love, my Jesus. Nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Father. Anyhow, the afflictions of the righteous, the hearts of men getting more and more vicious. Brutality is on the increase. separate me from yours. Love my Jesus, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Father. This level of crime, only love can eradicate. We must demand justice from the church and the state, and confess to God all our evil ways. Indeed will give us so much better days when we show love to each and every brother. Love will return to protect him. Mother, daughter, sister, let's hope in our heart to those who are in need, who never receive love. Come, let's sow some seed. No power on earth to separate me from love. Love my Jesus, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. I love you, Heavenly Father. No power on earth to separate me from love. I love you, my Jesus. Nothing will be able to turn me away from you. No, 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 no power on earth to separate me from you. No power, no, oh no, nothing will be able to turn me away from you. No, no power. There's not a broken vessel that God can't make. The thief was down to his last breath, hanging there and carried away. When he turned to the master and said, Lord of mercy on me, he was just a broken vessel. Then Jesus washed away his sins, 'cause there's not a broken vessel that God can make. Oh, there's not a broken vessel God can't make. Yeah. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again. 'Cause there's not a broken vessel that God can't make. Lord Almighty, Jesus sees the potter, and we are just the clay. And even when the vessel is broken, he won't throw the clay away. Bring him all of your burdens, your troubles, and your sin. 'Cause there's not a broken vessel Almighty God can make. Yeah, yeah. There's not a broken vessel that God can make. Yeah, yeah. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will always be your friend. face time and time again. 'Cause there's not a broken vessel that God can't bend.
Good afternoon to all my listeners and viewers. Welcome to Rebel Radio. Yes, today Wednesday. Yes, and remember today is when we have your big program there, Eyes on the World, where we focus on what is happening in the world, things that the mainstream media don't talk about. We talk about it on Eyes on the World. But today is a very sad day for us at Rebel Radio. And indeed, the entire Jamaica, we have lost an icon. Yes. And I'm talking about Alan Skill Cole. Let me take the liberty to say all Jamaica knows about Alan Skill Cole. Yes. I am not a footballer. I don't call myself a sportsman, but I think Alan is the best, or one of the best. But I think he's the best footballer the country has produced. And flesh and blood. He has passed away. We are going to pay some tribute to a great, iconic sportsman. We are going to start the program with that. And I have with me noted sportsman. And Dr. Paul Wright is one of the experts in sports medicine in Jamaica. Ralston Hyman, long-standing economist. And one of Holland School fans, Mark Cameron. Gentlemen, good afternoon to you.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to the world.
Yes.
Hello, bro.
Yes.
Blessings, Pablo. Yeah, man.
Dr. Wright, let us kick off the ball with you. I mean, what do you recall of the great Alan Skillgold?
All right. Number one, I think that I am one of the luckiest people in entire Jamaica. My two very good friends were the two greatest footballers that Jamaica has ever produced. One was Lindy De La Pena, and everybody knows that myself and Lindy did a lot of work together on radio at KLS and on sports with horse racing. And also, my other good friend is Alan Skillgold, who I knew as Cherry. I was a bit older than Alan, and when I finally made the squad at Woolmer's Manning Cup, I think it was 1966, Alan was already playing football for Jamaica as a 15-year-old. Manning Cup was cancelled that year. And so I moved on to university in 67 and kept up keeping goal and kept abreast of Alan, because Alan moved from KC to Veer and came under the auspices of Chong Fa, a great football coach who eventually coached me at Taylor Hall at the university, and we got to know Alan much better than that. I played with Alan and I played against Alan. And at the end, when Alan went to Ethiopia, he was really living in Ethiopia, and he was the coach of the Ethiopian football team. At about the same time, I was in England completing my medical studies. When I came back, I had a stint at Princess Margaret Hospital, because Dr. Lampard went on leave, and there I joined a football club called Paul Real Morant. And in those days, we won the competition, and the Premier League at that time was the parish champions. And so Real Morant got to play in the National Premier League. The National League it was at the time. And we had a match at Goodyear Oval. And we were playing against a team with Skillgold in there, and we spoke before. But during the game, it was 0-0, and there was a free kick about 10 yards outside the area on the left side of my goal. And Milverton Brooks was my midfield general, and everybody remember Milverton, one of the greatest centre halves that ever lived. He used to play for Boys Town, and then he started playing for Port Morant. We had a potpourri of old people and young stars playing at that time. And my midfield general was Ital Stewart, who is a dead stump of Bob Marley with muscles. He was just like Bob Marley. But he was the midfield general. He was from Harbourview. And Milverton was setting up the wall, as in when I was taking the wall. And Ital Stewart left where it was, that came down to me and says, "Doc, you go behind the wall." I said, "No, man, you can't go behind the wall, because the wall is there and he's going around the ball." Him said, "Doc, you don't know this man. He went banana straight into the left hand corner." I said, "Man, you don't understand this thing, man." And I stayed in the middle of the goal, just to the right of the wall, because that is where the ball is supposed to come. Well, I tell you this, that ball bananaed around the wall into the left-hand pigeon. And that is when we realized how great this footballer was. He was a master at the dead ball. He was a master at distributing the ball. He didn't run much, but he was able to distribute. And if you got him inside the area, you just know that the ball was going to the center of the team. I became his doctor and got to know him more and more. He had a lot of issues with stomach ulcers and so on. And we got to know each other. Then he came into the horse race business. He owned horses, and he used to want to know who is the cook food special, because I still had a program that I did that. And we became and I can tell you, September is not the month for the Cole family. His son died on the 9th of September. His grandson Just on the 10th of September. And you know what happened on the 9th of September as well. Alan Skill Cole. Cherry, my friend, one of the two greatest footballers this country has ever seen. Played football in New York, played football in Brazil, helped the Brazil Cup to win the championship after many years, and a coach of the teams out here, played for Port Morant. He coached Port Morant while I was out there as well, and he played for Santos in the National League, and he also coached for Ethiopia. What a man, what a friend, yes. And what a human being.
What a man. Ralston, what do you recall of Skill Code?
Well, yo, them time I was youth in 1972, man like Skill, Bob Marley, Peter Phillips, all of we were members of the 12 tribes of Israel. So, them man, they're a bigger man for we had a little youth them. And them man, they bring we the little youth them in a 12 tribe, tell about Rastafari, His Majesty, make we know for Bun Chalice and all of them stuff there. So, we used to have a ball team. So, that's how we don't get for no Pablo too, because we used to play the ball down at the university campus there. Pablo, goalkeeper, Augustone, all kind of things. So, there's no time, no I tell it for the things, so Pablo knows certain things. And that's how we get to know Pablo from. Follow me. So, yeah, Alan could have played for any side in the world. All the things that we see someone doing in football now, Alan do them things a long time. Yeah? So, whole thing, PSC, very technical, and Alan played between Santos and Boystone. That is why you see that talk with Neville Oxford this morning, because there was some great showdown between Santos and Cavaliers. Duncan Destroyers, where Alan, we always go for watch Alan versus Monty Scott. Monty Scott was one of the biggest defender at that time, captain the Cavalier team. So there's always a big rivalry between Monty and Alan Skill Cole. Similarly, Carl Brown at Boystone and Alan Skill Cole. So Alan moved between Santos and Boystone all the time. Santos and Boystone and House of Dread. So this morning we remind Neville Oxford about the game between House of Dread and Cavaliers. So House of Dread have man like Alan Skill Cole, them have man like Guto Thompson, Bosky McLean, Ital Stew. So the match in the stadium, House of Dread scored first. And a start run with the flag. By the time reach half line, Cavaliers scored 2. That's what the most dramatic is. So House of Dread they end up getting 4-1 tonight. Yeah, because the rest of them got a train on them Ital and then I'm gonna see them walk was sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And archery, Diego, Alan, when come on to passing, control, reading the game. None like Alan Skill Cole. Yeah? Deadly passing. When we have some ball, 2 ball, Alan will use 1 ball and split up an entire defense. Here, Pablo talk about free kick. There's nobody who can kick free kick or corner like Alan Skill Cole. He just stand up over the ball like just bend, just as you hear Pablo attack. Any side I'm foot, him can just bend it. And him now run from far, him just stand up right beside it, kick it. Yeah, man. Similarly, Nautico from Brazil coming. When them are playing Nautico from Brazil, there was a big rupture between Alan and some of the Nautico man them, and about 5 man rushing man punch down the whole of them. And then Nautico, Charm God Brazil, we got Brazil, them call him Ilabel, a skillful one. Yeah? Similarly, as Pablo tell you about the whole thing when he got Ethiopia, national coach of Ethiopia and everything. Yeah? Racehorse man at the same time. Yeah? Alan always can tell you which horse will win, which horse will win, which horse will win that. Follow me? So he's a man of many moods. So great footballer, he's a man of humility. You see Alan on a bicycle, right? Somebody that hype on every time you see Alan on a bicycle, and I say he couldn't buy a car, but the man make enough money. If I say to you, but just him that as a Rasta man, humble. Yeah? Yeah? Every man know Alan. Alan know every man.
Yes.
You follow me, I said to you. So last year, Pablo said, the man had a problem with the ulcer and everything there. And he recuperate. Last week, me and the man watched the election for the whole night. And he never complained there have any uncomfortable moments and everything there. So it come like a surprise to me when me hear yesterday say, yo, you know, so the maestro dropped down and gone up at Andrews and then he must have gone up at the intensive care unit up at the hospital. Yeah, it come like a shock to me because me and the man chat every day. And me and him watch the election Wednesday night, right throughout the night. Yep. And him never complain, say him have no difficulties, man. So it really come in as a shocker. Yeah?
Yes, life, man, life. Mark, what?
Yeah, man. Yeah, because Alan is a man who ever fit, you know. Alan ever train. Alan at the stage where him 20 and Alan still around and still a train. The man
I understand that he collapsed.
ever fit.
That is what I understand, also.
Yeah, man. That Alan ever. Yeah, the man that stop train. Alan ever a train. So let me tell you, as the name start calling up, you know, I got training and go. What I think with Alan is a man who is very disciplined. We didn't train. I never run on the beach or I skip. I didn't think that Alan always a train. So he's a man who ever fit.
Yes,
so it come as a big surprise to me when me yesterday because he's a man who tell me everything what go on with him. I mean, I say Wednesday night, me and the man the whole night. So, you know, our brethren, I love him. So we can say rest in peace and hope, say the society will respect what the man do for Jamaica as an icon. You know what I said to him, never drive a big Benz and I drive like just a ride a little bicycle. I don't stay him couldn't do no better. But I just see him that as a Rasta man. That's what I said to you, brother. So, you know, we just give thanks for his life and RIP and, you know, send our condolences to the family, John and the rest of the family and all of them things, brother. But our brethren, 50 odd years, me and Alan and Pablo. Yeah. Pablo always goalkeeper down at Mona campus there. Augustone field because we teach Ward Mills and all of them, man. Yeah, so we hear Pablo tell us that true. Pablo go a long way with Alan and we on the football. Yeah, because that's how we used to Bob Marley, Alan still cool. All the way. Yeah, man.
Yeah. Mark?
Oh, sorry.
Hello, Mark.
Yeah, man. First of all, good evening to the esteemed panel today. I had no idea that Paul played. I had no idea that Paul played for Wolmer's because I wanted to go to Wolmer's after the Wolmer's 71 team destroyed JC. I think it's 6 or 7 love. You know, there's no doubt that in Jamaica we produce some excellent talent, you know, and although I appreciated the football scene and track and field, you know, skill had a certain mystery to him, you know. He had his connections with you know, great people, and but he was with the common man, you know, his behavior was of such where he no hype. I mean, I met him recently through his daughter Yolan about maybe 12 years, maybe 18 years ago or so. And you know, I've always admired his humility for a man who has been to such great heights in his career, you know. And I look on his, you know, you guys are on the inside, you know, of, you know, looking, you know, you're connected like that, okay? I'm a recent contact with Skill. I mean, you probably beyond the 20 years I'm talking about, but I didn't really interact with him as much until recently.
Okay.
And as a matter of fact, I even introduced him to Stacey Knight. Right, because he was at Kingston Night Market about
You told you that, man. You tell me that, man. Yeah, man.
And him hold our hands, you know, brethren, and him hold our hands, and you know, him say I really wanted to win, you know, because Jamaica need a change, you know what I mean? Jamaica need a change, and I saw the honesty. And the in his voice and how he felt about, you know, and it resonated with me because I look on Skill, like I said, from the outside looking in. I've always looked on him as a patriot.
Yes.
You know, I think I heard something recently about them offering him some kind of accolade and kind of turn it down or something. I mean, I know the truth of that, and I never asked him about it. Yeah. But he's not a person that will run down them things, you know. He is actually he's the type of person that he's a free man. Me look upon them man, they say they're incorruptible. You can't corrupt a man like the man because number one, him not run his life. So if you notice, most corruption in our country come from people who want to live above their means. They're not starving, you know. They just want more than what you have, and it's really a mental thing. So when you look on skill now, right, as I look on it from the standpoint of why does he behave the way that he does? And one of the things that came to mind was this brother is a free man, mentally free. Him not shackled to expectations of others, which is a major shackle. Which deal with corruption, that prompts corruption and other things. And the funny thing is that when I saw him, right, he was taking pictures of a whole bunch of people, you know.
Yes.
And I gave him a bottle of my hot sauce, you know. I said, well, man, this sauce are wicked. So me I think no business no more. I make a little promo for my thing, you know. And the people are crowding so much. I say, you know, son, this is skill again, man. You can't give me a little, you know, thing later, you know. And Stacey came along. I went over to Stacey. I said, yo, Stacey, come meet Skill and whatever. When I heard that, I sent a picture. I did a video call with him and my wife, right? And he spoke to my wife on video call. And she snapped a picture of him. And she sent the picture to Yolan. And Yolan said, boy, him look kind of face look kind of puffy, right? No, I saw the same thing too, right? Because he's an artist. I've noticed, you know, features and thing there, right? And I'm actually doing a painting of him right now, as a matter of fact, which is unfinished, by the way. When I saw his face, I look at puffy. I said, boy, I look like he might fill out finally. Let me feel, say, boy, I still call a death. He might get old now. You know, like him really, I show him age in terms of, you know, him don't have that chiseled face much anymore because his face will look a little bit puffy. Not understanding that with the kidney is water retention, right? So Yolan was on notice now when she saw the picture my wife sent her of him because she screenshot it.
Okay.
And she sent something to Janai about, yo, let's see what's going on. She don't like how him look, that kind of stuff, you know. And then a sister of mine now, right, went there yesterday and realized him never looked too good, and insisted that he went to the hospital, right. And Colonel Charles his brother live in one of our complex where I live when I'm in Kingston. They sent the Andrews situation. So he went to St. Andrews, and from there, you know, he got transferred up to UWI, and at that point when I knew he was in good hands, so to speak, I kind of disconnected because my other virgin from Calabar died, who was on my track team. So I was going through those emotions as well. But I can say to this, Skill Cole's the epitome of the great being the common man who could assimilate in any condition that he's in, any situation he's in. Skill Cole did it. And he, you know, when I see the outpouring of love from people all around the world and in Jamaica, everybody have a picture of Skill Cole. I look on my page this morning, it's errated. Every man have a picture of Skill Cole, which means he's so he's approachable. He's not like him don't go and like say, boy, him is this and that, when in fact he was this and that. You know what I mean? But it's a great loss. It's a significant loss to our country because he was such a great example to the youth in a vineyard town who see a man like him and say, boy, you know something, I don't have to have a Benz for their man. I don't have to be this. I don't have to have the trappings to be respected, you know. And that to me is his greatest contribution. Although him still, you know, not the way they are talking about, his greatest contribution to Jamaica is the impression that he would leave on the persons who should understand that it's integrity that matters. It's not about what you have. That doesn't make you who you are. And his legacy is going to be that, as far as I'm concerned.
Gentlemen, I tell you what, you know, we have to continue this tribute to Skill, you know, because we have really exhausted the time for today. But I assure you, we want to let us continue it on Friday or sometime next week. We have to go deeper into Skill Code. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, man.
And all the best, all the
Blessings
best.
to everyone.
And
Yes, sir.
thanks for having a program like this, Desmond. It is necessary for the public to hear the different sides of Alan Cherry Cole.
Yes,
I want to tell you, different side.
thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, that was a tribute to our icon there, Alan Skill Cole. Yes, he died yesterday. Okay, let us take a break now. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dresser, form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
Or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica, eyes were built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all, there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine from the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Yo, JPS and make the shine never end.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. Right, and we are going to talk about some investments now. Yes, as you know, that is one of the areas that we have to look at, how we are going to grow the economy. It is very important because 1% growth that we are experiencing now, we can't work with that. And therefore, we at Rebel Radio, we are trying to explore ideas and to talk with potential investors. I have with me here now Stephen Clark, British consultant with Wellspring Investments. Wealth Springs Investment Limited is a company, a British company, that is looking about plans right now to invest in Jamaica and other Caribbean islands. Mr. Stephen is going to tell us about the areas that they are looking at and areas that will be beneficial to Jamaica. Good evening, Mr. Clark. How are you?
Yes. Good afternoon to you, Desmond. It's a pleasure to join you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you and your audience.
Yes, sir. Thank you, too. Yes. So, tell us, what are the areas that you are looking at, the areas that we you think is feasible for our investments here?
Yes, for sure. The Wellspring investment team and I are working on is a focus on dealing with the existential threat of the climate change and a strategy to reduce the import of food and the reliance on fossil fuel, and to reduce the cost of living by looking at the issues that you face in the Caribbean and indeed across globally, what the United Nations calls small island developing states, United Nations SIDS. They all face this existential threat caused by being at the forefront of climate change. And so our strategy is to reduce the import of the use of fossil fuel and to reduce the import of goods and try and create an economy at home by encouraging and supporting the growth of activities such as clean water, renewable energy, and growing food at home using advanced horticultural technologies. We're certainly envisaging creation of more jobs and introducing new technologies and therefore new skills across the Caribbean through our investment.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yes. So you talk about, just explain to us now, what are your plans for the reduction of fossil fuels? What?
Yes, well, if you look at what we call the few trilemma, which is which creates this existential threat. FEW is an acronym which we stand for food, energy, waste and water. So our remit is to encourage growing food at home using advanced horticultural technologies, hydroponics, aeroponics, making our own seeds so that we don't have to import seeds, and also making our fertilizer instead of importing fertilizer. Fertilizer is a huge consumer of oil, fossil fuels, from the nitrogen. And I'll come back to how we look at the circular economy in a moment regarding fertilizer. And then energy, renewable energy. The Caribbean sits on a huge resource in almost constant sunshine. And we can take advantage of that sunshine and eliminate the use of fossil fuel to cool buildings, heat buildings, and generate power for cars and lighting and machinery. And then we come on to waste. Waste is an economy on its own. Amazing technology coming to market now from China and Europe, which we can deploy in the Caribbean to eliminate landfill. We're confident we can eliminate landfill and remediate the legacy landfill situation. Landfill itself in the Caribbean presents significant issues with water pollution and a threat to the Divani River, for instance, and the mangoes in Jamaica under extreme stress and a risk from the leaching of water from the landfill sites. So we'd want to invest to deal with that. Fundamentally, converting what today is an expense, a cost centre, dealing with waste, into a profit centre, because we can recycle more and convert the waste that we're not recycling into useful elements such as hydrogen and methane. So the future is really amazingly bright for the Caribbean with this technology.
Okay. No, this is very interesting, Steve, because what you're actually saying here is that we could convert our waste into electricity, and that is a very interesting idea. Could you explore on that some more for our audience, please?
Yes, of course. So I mentioned this new technologies that are coming in, so we can automatically sort the municipal waste into materials that we can recycle: glass, plastic, wood. All of that can be easily recycled. We can sort out the waste that cannot be burnt or recycled, put that into construction materials, and the materials that can be converted to energy, we put into a new system called plasma arc. Listeners may be familiar with plasma arc technology used in the production of steel. We're applying the plasma arc to the production of gases. So we actually break down the energy into what we call a syngas, and from that syngas we can make sustainable air fuel, hydrogen, or say methane, and methane then back into energy from the waste. So the circular economy can be brought to fruition using the latest technology. But as I say, the amazing thing is we're turning it into a profit center and not a cost center, and we eliminate the dangerous situation where you've got fires caused by the leaching methane and polluted riverways.
Okay. Yes. So
the other point. Sorry, Desmond. I just wanted to mention also that the other recycling stream is in lithium batteries and lead acid batteries. Again, they've been notoriously difficult to recycle. What we have is technologies that can break those battery systems down into their constituent elements of cobalt and lithium and nickel, and then sell those back into the economy. And so that again eliminates a very dangerous source of waste.
Okay, yes, sir. That is very interesting and very. Just recently, I was looking at a video how China has converted its waste into energy.
Yes,
and that is something that would be a welcome thing to do in Jamaica. And what you are
absolutely,
yes, and what you are telling us is that the Wellspring investment, that is part of its investment idea. Those are things that it would like to bring along in its package of investment into the area, into the country.
Absolutely, inward investment into these areas of the economy where we can create jobs and introduce new technology and new skills and new types of jobs, particularly for the younger people. You know, we want to keep the people in Jamaica. We don't want to export your lovely people to the rest of the world. We want to keep them at Jamaica, earning good money in good jobs, and then developing the skills so that they can then in turn sell those skills and sell their expertise to other parts of the Caribbean and perhaps the rest of the world. And I also want to just go back on the recycling. I mentioned earlier that we want to encourage the use of growing fruit and vegetables from the waste plant. We would also be taking food waste and converting that into humic fertilizer, which we can then sell back into the market.
Yes. On the question of food production, tell us about that.
So we use a technology. I'm sure you may be familiar with the Dyson vacuum cleaner. James Dyson, a leading engineer and inventor over here, he's turned his hand to farming. I encourage people to go to YouTube and look at James Dyson farming, and you'll see great examples of the technology we want to bring to Jamaica with, as I say, mentioned to you, hydroponics and aeroponic watering systems and precise fertilization, so that what we can do is we can get, for tomatoes, for instance, using our glass houses, we can get nearly 4 times more harvests per year than a normal approach to farming today. So very productive and organic fruit that we can sell to the local hotels and also the people of Jamaica.
Okay, yes, that is very interesting. And are there any other areas that you are looking at for possible investment in the? We're passionate about clean water as well. So we have technologies that can take brackish water and wastewater and clean that in remote locations. So powered by renewable energy, but cleaning typically the size of a shipping container
technology goes into a shipping container, can be deployed, as I said, in locations that are completely standalone, and we can deliver clean water to the local community. About 1 million litres each shipping container, and we've got a great case study for that in the Dominican Republic, where we've taken wastewater from hotels and the large resorts there, and not only cleaned the water, use the solids that come out of that cleaning treatment to rebuild coral reef.
Okay, all right, yes, sir. So you're also looking at other Caribbean island countries too. You're not just Jamaica. You have an idea, or you have a plan to extend your operations to other Caribbean islands?
Yes, our strategy is to use Jamaica as a platform to invest, create the systems, create the skill base,
yes,
and then start to expand across the rest of the Caribbean. And that way, we, because some of the islands may not, we may not be able to economically justify this technology on some of the smaller islands, but maybe what we can do is bring their waste to Jamaica to process, for instance.
Okay.
And also, I would like also to mention that the new technology also includes the reprocessing of tyres. Tyres are a horrendous waste material, very difficult to recycle, and up till now most of that recycling effort has been focused on shredding and using on tennis courts and roads. We've got pyrolysis technology now that can convert those technologies back into black powder, steel, and again we can extract sustainable air fuel out of tyres. So again, a great opportunity to get rid of the eyesore, which is piles and piles of tyres that never decay. We can deal with that.
Yes. So Steve, what is the timetable? What timetable are you looking at?
We're looking at a 3-year timescale to get a waste-to-energy plant up and running, 5 years to get to a zero landfill strategy, and then within 10 years we'll have zero landfill and fully remediated legacy landfill sites.
Okay. So I would imagine that you're getting ready to start probably next year.
Exactly. What we've got to do is socialise these ideas with government, gather the stakeholders together, get their buy-in to this new idea, this new thinking, because it's a big paradigm shift for people that have been in the industry for decades. So we've got to get that assimilation working, and then, as you say, early next year, start the project off with the investment funds.
Yes, sir. Yes. I can see. I know that Wellspring is also looking at the possibility of, going into the construction, housing. I know that they have that as part of their plan too.
Yes, with the construction of community homes, with of course solar panels, and then the homes are connected into what we call microgrids, so the houses are sharing the power that they're generating and storing that and exporting it to the grid. So we've got a wide network of generators instead of just a single power station in Kingston.
Yes, sir. Okay. Well, it is a good idea, and I like to hear the plans that Wellspring has for investment in Jamaica. And I know, for example, that the energy situation is in the country, the cost of energy is an issue that we are facing right now. So anything that if you are coming with a plan that is going to help to reduce energy cost, that is something that is welcome. and we are looking forward to that.
Yes, thank you. We're very much looking forward to working with the Jamaican people on these projects, and making sure that you're no longer held to ransom on the cost of oil, because the Houthis have only got to bomb a US naval ship, and suddenly the cost of oil goes up and the cost of everything goes up. So if you could disconnect yourself from that economy, then you're in safer hands.
Yes, of course. Yes, definitely. So we are looking forward to hearing from you and working with you, Steve. And I want to say that we will have to continue this discussion. So let us...
I'd love to do that, Desmond, yes.
So let us say that we will continue this discussion next Wednesday at the same time.
Fantastic. Yes. I look forward to giving you updates from time to time, Desmond,
yes.
And discussing maybe with a wider community of people that we are starting to engage with.
Yes, of course. So let us continue next Wednesday at the same time. Thank you very much, Wayne. Stephen.
Thank you, Desmond. Thank you.
Okay. All right. That was Stephen Clark there, Wellspring in consultant. And as I indicated at the start of the program, that company, Wellspring, I know that they are planning, as we speak, they are planning to look to invest in Jamaica and the Caribbean. Yes, I know that they are looking at the issue of housing also. I know that is on their agenda, right? And as I say at the start of the program, that the investment is an area that we must look at, yes, because we have to grow this economy, right? And we at Rebel Radio, we are prepared to do whatever we can to ensure that that is materialized, because we have to make the situation, we have to change the situation so that, the country can grow and that we are able to provide for our people. We have to do that. All right, let us go for a break now. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, hardware and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica, eyes were built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we climb. JBS Jamaica. Together we shine.
Shine for the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Yo, JPS and make the shine never end. Oh, let that go. Oh, to Jesus, I surrender. All to Him I freely give. I will ever love and trust Him. In His presence daily. I surrender all. I surrender all. All to Thee, my blessed Savior. I surrender all. All to Jesus, I surrender. Humbly at His feet I bow. Worldly pleasures all forsaken. Take me, Jesus, take me now. I surrender all. I surrender all. All to Thee, my blessed Savior. I surrender all. All to Jesus, I surrender. Make me Savior, Holy Christ. Let me feel Thy Holy Spirit. Truly know that Thou art mine. I surrender all. I surrender all. All to Thee, my blessed Savior. Oh, I surrender all. All to Jesus, I surrender. All to Him I freely give. I will ever love and trust Him. In His presence daily. I surrender all. I surrender all. All to Thee, my blessed Savior. I surrender all. All to Jesus, I surrender. Humbly at His feet I bow. Worldly pleasures all forsaken. Take me, Jesus, take me now. I surrender all. I surrender all.
Rebel Radio. And we are going to turn our attention now to freedom of expression. And we have a situation here where one of our colleagues, Joseph Gollier, who is head of the SOS group of journalists in Haiti, is now fearing for his life because he has received several death threats, and he believes that this is in association with his work in Haiti. Apparently the authorities there are not liking his criticism of the government, and he's facing pressure. We have with us this evening Mr. Harvey Panka, the president of the Caribbean Media Workers Association. We have Joseph Gollier himself, and we have Adam Harris out of Guyana. Joe, let us start with you. Could you just tell us what is the nature of the threats that you are receiving?
Yes, thank you. I greet Harvey and the other friends. And yes, the situation is really difficult. And I say, of course, my life is at risk because, and I had to leave my house. I'm now with a friend, a bit outside of Pétionville, just to protect myself because the threats, yeah, there are a lot. And the people that, I mean, those people seem to be determined to attack me because I've been defending press freedom and also a series of specific cases that really upset the authorities. And I've met with the CPT, with the presidential council several times, and I can feel how they feel about a series of cases of journalists attacked, and they don't like the work that SOS journalists is doing, and they want to silence us, and of course we would agree. I mean, last time the government people in the CPT, including one I talked to, you know, they're trying to show me that I'm discrediting the government, and like I'm doing something wrong, like if I'm black, I don't know, it's a blackmail, no? You kind of it's like I'm blaming them like for things that they don't do. Mm-hmm. And it's not true. It is not true. And always we talk about it, particularly regarding journalists. Those are cases documented, and that unfortunately they don't want to accept, and they won't be for that. Okay. But there's nothing I can do, and I had to leave my house. I'm now with a friend. I had to leave Pétionville, where I used to live, because there's a lot of pressure, and the people, you know, if something happened, actually there's no justice. You can call the police if you have a problem, and I just want to be protected, to be in a place where people don't really know, to protect myself.
Yes. So right now you are living in fear.
Yeah, and I would say actually I'm kind of in hiding because I cannot I can't move really because I'm in the country. Most people know me in the country.
Yes.
If I go anywhere, people would recognize me.
Yes.
So I have to be very cautious. And of course, there are cases that some people in the government, and let me tell you, last time, the spokesperson, assistant spokesperson for the police, I put it in the note that they told me that the judicial police needed me, the chief of the judicial police needed me, so I called them to try to find out what's going on.
Yeah.
And I couldn't find them, but finally I got someone from DCPJ, from the judicial police, that told me what they're planning now is that it's like I was in connection with gang leaders, which is not true. You know?
What they are planning to link you with gang leaders. That's what they are saying.
Exactly. But I'm also told that one of the police people, they rejected the idea to say that they couldn't raise such a thing because I'm really known in the country. People know I'm not involved in those kind of things, and of course they dropped it. They dropped it, but they are still having me as a target. But they just dropped what they were trying to do. For now, I don't know for how long, and they were trying to they were going to try to arrest me and to put me and to call me to come to their office, and anything could happen. Well, the only time I talked to gang leaders, to two of the gang leaders, was that when they kidnapped the journalists, then I called them to try to tell them to free the journalists. That's the only time I had a contact with the gang leader. I never interviewed them. I never talked to them. And when I had to get the number, I had to call some people who actually gave me the gang leader, because the life of the journalist was in danger. It could have been killed. Yeah. So I put myself in the situation to help him. And that I told some of those people that I would do that again if it was possible, necessary. Yeah. Because the life of the journalist, that was the main interest. And even though after I intervened to free the journalists, even after that, some of other people that was also kidnapped, they were trying to get my help. Then I said no, I'm not there for that, because the only thing that I was talking about is the journalist.
Okay.
Because the journalist also had somebody with him before they kidnapped them. But I didn't even intervene for anybody else. But I said the journalist, then I don't regret. And I don't know if it is for that they're trying to call me, they're trying to intimidate me, you know. Okay. But now effectively, now I have to leave my house, and now I'm in somebody else's house, which I never knew. I never wanted to do.
Yes.
Because it's not, and the place that I am now, I did not even don't know that. It seems to be it's not my place, because I hear a lot of shooting. Last night I never slept.
Yes.
Because shooting all around. Every time sometimes I think those people are outside the door. I know it's not true, but I hear the sounds of the bullets, you know.
Yes.
You know, I didn't mean to be in that situation.
Yeah.
I've done nothing to be in that situation. You know, so
Yeah, Mr. Panka, you heard Joseph case.
Yes. Hi, Joseph. Let me
Yes,
start saying
I'm
that I'm fine. I hope you soon will too. Let's start to say that I'm very, very sorry to hear this. Our thoughts are with you and your family, and we hope that things will work out very quick, because what I've heard, this is very unbearable. So, as ACM, we strongly condemn, because it is done repeatedly, and the persistent threats to your personal safety. And
thank you.
And we are also deeply troubled by the reports that attempts were being made to link you with the criminal gang activity. I think that is a very reckless tactic that not only endangers your life, but also undermines the credibility of Haiti's institutions.
Yeah.
Yes, we also note with concern the discriminatory action taken against SOS journalists by state authorities.
Yeah.
And that's why we call upon the Haitian authorities to take immediate steps to protect you and guarantee the safety of you and all journalists under threat. Also, regional and international parties to stand in solidarity with Haitian journalists and defend the principle of freedom of expression. And also law enforcement bodies to investigate these threats promptly and ensure those responsible are held accountable. So, you know, I know we are in a situation here that if this same law enforcement bodies that you are afraid of, then we are in a much, how can you say, a much harder situation for you. So as ACM, we have to call upon our partners to seek, to look how we can help solve this, because even if in your own country you can't call upon your own authorities, then we have a very big problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And imagine, for example, right now, I mean, the situation, I can't even call the authorities, because the one I should be reporting to about problems that I could encounter. But I know that they're after me, so I can't even talk to them. And one other thing that I think really upset them is because I fought a lot to free to get them to accept, to allow the radio station that closed to resume its programs, and that upset them a lot. For 8 long months, I fought for the radio to come back with its programs, and they realized if it were not for me, they would not have to return on the decision. So they have a problem with that, because when I was discussing with them about the need to let the radio continue its programs, they were very mad. Imagine it took 8 months of fighting before they could agree, because they felt that they were losing in the opinion, because I never let go, so they're mad.
Mr. Panka, the other issue that Joseph has to be dealing with, and we would like ACM to do whatever it can. You remember last year that a number of journalists were shot when the gangs attacked a press conference. Well, one journalist, one Asian journalist, is in Cuba, awaiting a critical operation, and the state has failed to provide the fees for the operation. What is the latest on that, Joe?
No, it is a situation because we don't have the means, and we can get them from the government. So now we're trying to get some help from other sources, like even colleagues. I mean, people, different people, but I don't know for sure. I know the situation is critical, is bad.
Yes.
And also in Haiti. Yeah. So we are.
Mr. Panka, are you in contact with IAPA?
No, at the moment, no. But we can, via our partners, we can make contact. So we have through IFAX, we can reach a lot of organizations, as we did last year when we received some funds to help journalists in Haiti, and now, the funds are where we are not, I think, enough to for all the journalists and their family who were affected. Now I have to bring that back to the board and try to see what we can do to help the speedy recovery of the journalist now fighting for his life.
Yeah, that would be that would be very good, sir.
Very important, because we can rely on the government. Every time they say they are going to do something, they never did.
Yeah.
Let us hear from Adam. Adam, you have been listening. What are your thoughts?
I can understand the position of my Asian colleague. It's frightening, and what is worse is that within CARICOM, we seem to be helpless. I am sure that his condition is known internationally, but there has not been a single comment from the international media. We have the Commonwealth Media Association, the Media Association of the Caribbean, CAMWORK, I think it is.
Yes.
And that organization hasn't said anything. I am sorry for my colleague. I mean, had it been possible for him to just flee the country, I would have advised them to do that, because the government seems helpless in the face of all of this. You had some troops from this African country. What are they doing at the moment in the face of these hostilities against reputable people? I really am worried. And as I said on a previous program, such actions are not really common in our corner of the world. But here it is, it has reached us. And it can affect any one of us. What do we do when our governments are silent in the face of this? Not one regional government has come out to talk about this. I'm going to promote it down here in Guyana. I'm going to call on the Guyana Press Association to do something. But my brother, I sympathize with you.
Thank you.
I mean, it's not nice to know that you are living and not sure which day could be your last, when that should not be, just for doing your work.
Thank you.
Yes. The situation there, it is totally unacceptable. And we want, what we would like is whatever contacts we have. If you have contacts with CAMWORK, could you alert them, please, to this? I am.
Yes.
Yes.
I will.
Yes.
I will.
Yes.
But they should know about this too, because this information was made public.
Yes. Yes.
But I will contact Camworth, I will contact the Guyana Press Association,
Yes.
and I will get them to make a statement.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I know I send a copy to the president of the Guyana Press Association, so that should be in her possession, right?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. And we have Harvey here, and we know that Harvey is going to use his offices to do whatever is possible in order to assist Joseph and his colleagues in Haiti. And we, as you pointed out there, Adam, we want our Caribbean colleagues to join in the fight in order to preserve press freedom and to protect the life of one of our colleagues. We must do that. Right?
Yes. Yeah, other thing that they want me for. I think you know about the case of Jean-Dominique. Jean-Dominique, a journalist who was killed in 2000. He was killed, Jean-Dominique, a very famous Asian journalist.
Yes.
And now, I mean, since last month, I've been doing some efforts to get the justice system to relaunch the investigation and we launch procedures to advance the case. And of course, this is one case that is very fragile, and the government, they're one representative of the person, of one person they think is involved in the plotting to kill the journalist, and one of them is part of the presidential council. You understand that? Mm-hmm. So he's trying to do everything he can, and also if they can, because I'm the only one that really have all the information about the case. Several people have been killed already. Several people have been killed already in connection of this case, the case of Jean-Dominique. And last time, I've get to the president of the Supreme Court and other people working in the Supreme Court, and they know about that. I believe that's why also, because this is a case which involved the former president of Haiti, Jean-Bertrand Aristide. There is and he has his personal representative inside the council, and I think all that is also part of the whole thing going on right now, because they're probably aware of the steps that I'm taking to relaunch. I've talked to the president of the Supreme Court, and I've talked also to other people in the Supreme Court to make sure that they relaunch the investigation, because the investigation is now stuck. It's been 10 years already since it has been stuck. Nothing is happening in the case anymore because no one is doing anything in the Supreme Court. And I said that I was going to bring it to the Human Rights Commission on Human Rights of the OAS, and I don't even know about that. But this is one case that they fear, because there's a former president that is involved, and I've done several investigations myself, and I've been to Miami. I've met to one person who was the chief of security for President Aristide, that revealed a lot of things, about linking Gilbert to the murder, and that's a big deal. Big case.
Okay. Well,
yes.
There you have it. Well, gentlemen, one of the things that we let us just hold it there for me while we take a break. Yes, this is Rebel Radio. Let us go for a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
And vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores,
we're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine for the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Yo, JPS and make the shine never end.
Yes, welcome back, and we are talking about the safety, the threats against our colleague in Haiti, Joseph Gollier. Yes, and we have with us here Mr. Harvey Panka from the Caribbean Media Association and senior journalist out of Guyana, Adam Harris. Yes. So, gentlemen...
I would like... Sorry.
Yes, go ahead, Adam.
I would like to make a comment here. I am listening. I was just reading a title coming out of the Commonwealth, Who Controls the Narrative? And I see some frightening statistics. It says 213 journalists were killed in 19 Commonwealth countries between 2006 and 2023. That works out to just over one journalist every year. 20 were killed in Bangladesh, 1 in Barbados, 5 in the Cameroons, 1 in Ghana, 1 in Guyana, 56 in India, 4 in Kenya, 1 in Lesotho, the Maldives 2, Malta 1, Mozambique 2, Nigeria 13, Pakistan 87, Rwanda 2, South Africa 1, Sri Lanka 9, Tanzania 2, Uganda 4, United Kingdom 1. You know, and I'm sure there were journalists killed in Haiti, but I see no mention of that, which suggests that the international community is unaware. The report further says that in 205 of the 213 killings of journalists, only 8 have been resolved. 3 in Bangladesh, 1 in Nigeria, 2 in Pakistan, 1 in Rwanda, and one in Tanzania. Something, in our region, the journalists killed have been killed with impunity. There has been no action against the perpetrator.
Yes.
And that in itself is frightening. There is no one to protect us. The law enforcement, for example, can't protect us. And that is worrying. Without us, there will be anarchy in a society. And there we are. People who do not like our work kill us. Sometimes people don't understand the risks we take to do this job that we are doing, especially if we are doing it well. And that is why I am really worried for my friend in Haiti. Really, really worried.
Yes.
Yes.
Joe, how many journalists? How many journalists have been killed in Haiti so far?
13 since 2022. 13. 1 and 3. 13.
Yes, that is since 2003.
Yes, 213 since 2006.
No, I am asking Joe how many have been killed in Haiti, and he gave a number there, 13.
13. Yes.
Since 2022.
Okay.
We have 13.
Okay. Yes. And so far, of those 13, how many of those cases have been resolved?
No one. No, not one.
Okay. Yes.
Nothing.
And what is worrying also is that in some countries we are imprisoned, and we're talking about this here alone in the past month. A lot of journalists were killed in the Gaza.
Yes,
and there is no...
Over 200.
There you go.
Yes.
Well, Gaza is not a Commonwealth country, so there is no mention of that. But, it gives an idea of how dangerous our job is and how ineffective the authorities are to protect us.
Yes.
The authorities should realize that without us, they will never be able to tell, the world about their progress, their program, and all of that.
No.
Yes.
And yet they are refusing to protect us, and that is worrying. Very, very worrying.
Yes, it is.
There's something, let me tell you something else. I mean, I'm now trying to see, I think one of you have mentioned that. I think it is, we were working on that, and because probably I'll have to leave the country. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you are thinking of leaving. That's what you're saying, Joe?
Exactly.
Yes. Yes, I can understand.
We just have to solve some problems.
Yes, I can understand that because your life is at risk, and the situation is as you have outlined it here, that the state, you believe that the state is responsible for these threats against you, right?
Yeah, I believe, because as I told you, I spoke directly to several of them, and I feel how they feel about it. And also, some of those threats are direct, and I know, but I know also they don't like me. But the thing is that they don't like to. They don't have to like me, but I have a right to work as a journalist.
Yes, of course, you have that right. Yes, and as we speak, Joe, what is the latest? The situation remains as it were in Haiti. The security situation, the access to health care, water, people are still having those difficulties.
It's still catastrophic, you know. That's what I can say. There's nothing can say like we say it's positive. There's nothing positive. And also the people that should do something like the CPT, like the council, presidential council, they are getting things even worse by not only by not doing anything, but by doing things that can only spoil the whole situation.
Yes. Yes.
And what is also worrying, you know, is that people have family. I am sure Joseph has family.
Yeah.
Do you have wife and children, sir?
Which for me?
Yeah. Do you have wife and children?
No. I mean, fortunately, they're not in Haiti.
Thank God. Because they would have been under pressure. Your relatives would have been under pressure.
Exactly.
It is not fair. It is not fair. And, you know, what's also unfortunate, I read a couple of books. Black Jacobins was one of them, by C.L.R. James. And Haiti was never, ever, ever given a chance to determine its own destiny. And that tells a story. You know, it's like a beggar trying to get out of poverty, but at every turn he's blocked. That is the case of Haiti, and the situation today is a direct result of that. Nothing can be done. The law enforcement people are helpless, and in some cases, they help the people who want to hurt the journalists. They accuse some of them of being in cahoots. I hope you know, being in league with the drug gangs, not the criminal gangs. Sorry, and that, you know, it's a very difficult position to take because a journalist is a journalist.
Yeah.
How does a journalist be associated with a gang? He might interview gang leaders for his story, but that does not mean that he's associated with them. He might know where they are, but that doesn't mean that he's associated with them. And therefore, he should be protected.
They did the same thing for a journalist also had to leave the country recently. You know? A journalist that had to leave the country recently because also he's one of the journalists that have been defending very strongly. He had to flee. He's now outside the country.
Yeah, I saw a statement from IAPA condemning the attack against Joe. Yes, I saw that. So that is one as I asked Harvey if he was in contact with IAPA. Well, he said that he would extend his reach to reach out to them. Harvey, you are in contact with CamWork though, right?
Yes, not recently, but we have contacts there, yeah.
Okay.
So we will meet this week with the board of ACM, and I will raise this and look how we can get this issue to do integral, to take integral action.
Yes.
You know,
yes, of course.
But our action is limited, my brother. What can we do? I mean, we can raise our voices, but who is listening in Haiti? Is the government listening?
The government is the first one that is not listening.
That is a good question.
And we know the answer already.
Exactly. And particularly for me.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, in order to take the action that has to be taken there has to be through the government.
Yes.
So we have to keep urging the government, like journalists, individually, journalists organization, other United Nations organization. Yeah, all of those. And but you know, sometimes you think they have bigger fish to fry, because if you compare Haiti to Gaza, or the colleague just mentioned the report. I just received it also just now, from the Commonwealth. And in an earlier interview, I said it, Desmond, that this year is one of the deadliest for journalists around the world.
Yes.
So things have to change, because I think the government around the world know the importance of the work we do. That all that they're saying are enshrined in their constitutions.
Yes.
Freedom of speech, freedom of expression. They have to walk the walk.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I'll send you the names of the journalists killed in Haiti. I have the list.
Yeah. It's our own region, so I think as CARICOM, as the Caribbean, I think it's our own people. So we have to join forces. I don't know how at the moment, but what we need to do is to join forces and, like going to when the leaders of the CARICOM should meet, the next meeting, I don't know by heart when it is. And then we have like organize a small protest there for the leaders to see us.
Yes.
Physically.
Definitely.
Yes, yes.
That is
yes. Well,
that is an excellent idea.
Well,
yes.
Well, Harvey, what I am asking you to do is that you to use your offices to make contact with the regional media bodies and also IAPA. And
so I've talked to IAPA. I also work with them, and I'm so that's the bottom.
So you're spoken to IAPA, Joseph?
Yes. I spoke to them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things that I want to talk to you after the year, but one of the things that you probably could do is to ask them to ask for some assistance with the wounded journalist, for the wounded journalists in Cuba.
Yes, that's important.
Yes. Well, gentlemen, let us leave it there for this evening. But as I said, let us continue to agitate and do whatever we can to assist our brother in Haiti and the journalist in Haiti. Let us do.
Thank you.
Yes. So,
thanks.
Yes. As I said, let us leave it there for this evening, but we will continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Yes. We're talking to journalist Adam Harris and Harvey Panka there, and also Joseph Gollier. And we were talking about the situation in Haiti, where, as you know, one of our colleagues there is under threat. Yes. Persistent threats. As you heard from him just a while ago, he has left his house and is now hiding at another house in Haiti. Yes. And we have to be concerned about that. We are also concerned that another of our colleagues who was shot in 2020 last year, yes, he's still due critical operation, and from what we understand, the fees are outstanding, and therefore the operation, is on hold. His life is in danger, at this time. So we have to do whatever we can here to assist our colleague. And you heard, the threats. And we know that we have, you heard a while ago how many journalists have been killed in the Commonwealth since between 2003 to 2006, yes? And we know that over 200 journalists have been killed in Gaza since last year. So the situation is not, it is troubling. Let me put it that way. Very troubling. And, we at Rebel Radio, we have to do whatever we can to address this situation. Yes. And so we are going to, one of the things that we are going to do, we are going to do whatever we can, make contact with regional media organization, to bring them up to date on what is happening in Haiti, and to do whatever we can to assist our colleagues over there in Haiti. It's just that, it is not appropriate at all. Yes, not appropriate. We just cannot live like this. Yes. They have the genocide continues in Gaza. Yes. And right next door here in our region, the people of Haiti are also suffering. Yes. Right now as we speak, people over there in Haiti don't have access. Thousands right now don't have access to medical supplies, food, water, because the gangs are in control and people are not allowed to move about freely. Schools in a number of areas, as we speak, remain closed. So children are not Children are at home right now. Yes. Not going to school. And this has been the case now from last year. Yes. This is the situation. And we are wondering what we in the Caribbean, CARICOM, what are we going to do to assist our brothers and sisters in Haiti? Yes. I don't have any recent, I don't know what action is being planned by CARICOM. I don't know. The last meeting that was held in Montego Bay, I don't know what was discussed there. Don't know. Right? And as I said, our brothers and sisters are facing death over in Haiti. Yes. Totally unacceptable. And we call on the authorities to do whatever they can to assist, in bringing some order over there to our Caribbean people. We sincerely hope that something will be done, shortly. Shortly. Yes. And as I said, the situation continues over there in Gaza. Yes. The latest thing we have is that they have attacked Qatar. Yes, Israel has been bombing Qatar. According to them, they are bombing Hamas activists, and you would have seen how they continue to bomb Gaza. Yes, people are dying. Well, we will talk some more about that at 5:30 when we on Eyes on the World. Let us go for a break now. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hard Hills.
Oh, Jamaica, eyes were built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all, there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine from the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Yo, JPS, and make the shine never end.
This is a message, Lord. I've got to say to you, I'm so tired of living a humble and country life. When you were attracted to the bright city lights, you had a lot of money to spend on pretty girls and lovely things. Just living it up as if you were a king. You had a whole lot of friends that you treated a vintage boy. But when the money went out, they didn't stick around this time. There was a famine on the land, and you didn't really have a dime. So you had to go out to stay and feed with swine. But I will rise and go to my Father. I will rise and go to my Lord. Though I'm not worthy to be your son, but I could still be your servant. So I will rise and go to my Lord. There was a time when you realized that you went wrong, when you found out how material things have gone. You've been living like a rolling stone, no more will you roam. For there's a welcome for the prodigal son back home. I will rise and go to my Father. I'm not worthy to be your son, but I could still be your servant. I will arise and go to my Lord. When the son had chose to take that journey home, he didn't know his father would have compassion on his soul. He hugged and kissed his son so cold, and dressed him in fancy clothes. He put ring on his fingers and shoes on his feet to stroll. I will rise and go to my Father. I will rise and go to my Lord. Though I'm not worthy to be your son, but I could still be your servant. I will arise and go to my Lord. I will rise and go to my Father. I will rise and go to my Lord. No, I'm not worthy to be your son, but I could still be your servant. I will arise and go to but now I see was grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious indeed the grace I believe. I first believe. Are you with me? So amazing grace, how sweet, sweet the sound that saved.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio, and it's time for food security. And as you know, we spend some time here looking at our agricultural sector, what must be done in order for us in the Caribbean to be able to feed ourselves and reduce importation of food, and to make agriculture into a viable sector for the lives of our farmers and our people. Yes. Well, on Caribbean Farmers this evening, we have Sister Maureen Denton from Jamaica, Mr. Godfrey Enos from Bahamas, Meshach Alford from St. Kitts, and Steve Lane from Barbados. Good evening, lady and gentlemen. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, yes.
Good evening.
Yes. So, this evening, one of the things that we were supposed to look at now is to look at where we are in terms of, getting our organization together. Mr. Lane?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Right. Okay. Good evening.
I had a very busy weekend. We had the annual general meeting for the Egg and Poultry Producers Association here. Trying to have a new board in place. And we're trying to, some of them are new, so we're trying to get them up to speed about the operations of the association. So I've been quite busy as well.
Okay.
I would like to interject here, ladies and gentlemen, that we in the Bahamas are very much involved in this CARICOM initiative of reducing our food imports.
Very important, yeah.
We have $1 billion food import bill resulting from the buoyancy of our tourism sector, attracting some 12 million people annually. And our Prime Minister, Mr. Davis, during the last CARICOM heads meeting, he met with the officials of the Caribbean Private Sector Organization, which is headed by Dr. Patrick Antoine. And my entity, the Bahamas Food and Nutrition Security Center, I've been engaged with the CPSO on addressing this issue. And one of the aspects that we are looking at is trade. We want to facilitate inter-island trade because we have this huge market. And Bahamas Trade Commission has just announced a new policy. It's called the Trade Diversification Policy. And the purpose of that policy is to facilitate the non-traditional sources of food. We in the Bahamas is very much tied to the U.S. economy. And we have been using Miami as a hub. And in this new environment of the tariffs, we now have to look elsewhere in order to avoid increases due to the tariffs on commodities coming into the U.S. And so we have the trade diversification policy. And so we feel that we should start in CARICOM. And I sent Mr. Lane a document on trade opportunities in the Bahamas, the commodities that which we can source from the region. Our constraint has been transportation, but I think that aspect is being addressed, but it is a major constraint to us up here in the Bahamas. But I just wanted to make the point that we in the Bahamas are looking to the region as a source to buy products and to help us address our food security issue. Thank you.
Well, that is that. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Stephen.
Mr. Godfrey, I would support that initiative 100%. We in the Caribbean, and that is the conversation we're having here. We're a small country. Similar economy is based heavily on tourism. We did some manufacturing in the past, but I think the investments went into tourism more than manufacturing, and therefore we have a lot of young, educated persons that we also need to get into the agricultural sector, veterinary services, all of that is particularly lacking to the degree where we want it to have a sustainable export poultry industry. But we are right up there, close to $1 billion. We don't get all the information coming out of the governor, the central bank, in a timely manner. Sometimes it might be a little bit embarrassing to the politicians. An initiative here now is that the visitors to our island are spending a lot of time at community spots. There's one in Oceanifield, relatively close to the airport. That is fairly big. The tourists are visiting there on a daily and nightly basis. You can drink a beer at about 1/10 the cost of one in a hotel. That might be motivating them, and they also get an opportunity to have the local and regional, because we have a lot of people waiting in there, not only from Barbados, but certainly our good neighbors in Vincent, Ghana, Trinidad and Tobago. So it's definitely, we have a fairly large Jamaican population here as well. So they have an opportunity to taste the food, and they're singing the praises of it. I was just wondering when I was listening to you, if the hotel industry is offering local cuisines to the visitors, so the agriculture sector there can produce more local lamb, sheep, beef. I don't think you all have much opportunity for beef, but you know, poultry. You have a neighbor there, Jamaica, that produce excellent poultry. Not trying to sell Barbados, but you know, they do a wonderful job at a cost that is very competitive from Jamaica. So yeah, we can collaborate on these, and it's very important that we have that conversation and get some support from the relevant ministries of agriculture to get us linked up with the technical persons that can assist the commodity groups, pork and food crops that we can. Are you big in food crops as well, Mr. Godfrey?
No, our sector, we're in the process now of undertaking an agricultural census, which will provide data for us in terms of a more 21st century database for us. But I want to add, Mr. Lane, that Jamaica, for example, I'm very impressed with the poultry industry of Jamaica. A matter of fact, I'm impressed with the poultry industry in all of CARICOM, because I was the first executive director of the Caribbean Poultry Association, and I have seen the growth and development of the poultry industry to the point where poultry is now the #1 agribusiness in CARICOM. Yes. And it's being led by Jamaica, particularly Jamaica broilers and Caribbean broilers, who because of the policy taken by the Jamaican government, which have facilitated investment in the sector. It is proven that if you provide the proper policy framework, local investors will come. And that has been the story, I think, in Jamaica, where now, for example, Caribbean broilers established this area called the Next, which is about 1,000 acres. And they started in 2017, and is now, they've invested about $100 million. And Jamaica broilers have established an LNG operation. Electricity is very expensive in the region, and so they want to be able to enhance their competitiveness by being able to provide a very inexpensive source of electricity. So I think those two agri-businesses have really set a path that many of our countries can follow, and that is one of the aspects of it that was brought to us in our discussions with the Caribbean Private Sector Organization, getting greater involvement of the private sector in agriculture. I think for too long, the political that was more concerned about involving the small farmer and at the detriment of the investment of commercial investment. But now I think they've come to the conclusion that even though the small farmer may have a role, the demand for food is such that you need big money, and you need expertise, and you need
Hello? I don't know. We seems to have lost our contacts here with our guest. Mr. Eneas was talking, but I don't know what happened to the phone system. We just lost everybody. Let me try and call them back. I don't know what happened there. Okay, yes. All right, okay. Good afternoon. We lost contact briefly there, but I see where Mr. Shiraz Khan has joined us. Yes. Mr. Alford.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Mr. Halford, what can you tell us about what is happening in St. Kitts? Mr. Halford?
Yes, Mr. Richards, I'm here.
Yes.
Yeah. If I'm honest, I've been out the country for more than a month now, heading back home tomorrow. But I can only speak from my organization's standpoint.
Yeah.
We have just recently done some work in order to establish not only our website and our social media pages and so on, in terms of being able to connect with our membership better and the wider community to marketing or produce. But we have just recently submitted a project proposal. I think it is to CIFA now, one of those entities to get some tree planting going as part of our agroforestry network across the island. This is of a wider vision that we started over a year ago. We began to plant some tree crops, fruit trees, and so on. And we have also been working through the Akari group to procure some breadfruit trees, because we're hoping to get landed in St. Kitts or on St. Kitts in October. Our 500 breadfruit trees to be planted amongst the farming community that falls under our control and management. So hopefully, once we get some approval as relates to this project, we are able to also do more avocados, which we have some planted before, amongst other fruit trees, and we've already planted a number of bananas and plantains and so on the lands that we have on our farms, the acreages that we have on our farms that we don't do the normal short-term crops on, the cash crops on. So we continue in that regard. We also continue with our regular meetings because it's always important. If I recall, one of the organizational development and growth that I learned from a former prime minister, he said to me one time, if the organization is not meeting, then it's not planning, and if it's not planning, it's not growing, and if it's not growing, it's dying. And so we continue to plan, we continue to meet, we continue to plan, and continue to grow. It's slow, medium pace, or fast. We just know we can't stand still. We just have to keep moving, because if you stand up, you actually are going to lose your way. Listening to the broader conversation going this afternoon, I was minded to say something. I mean, a couple of years ago, I used to work with a developer on my island. He's from Trinidad originally, with Guyanese descent as well. A pioneer in this field, the field of sustainability, field of large nursery and farm management and development. And, you know, one of the things he said to me, which was profound, and it still lives with me at this time, was that, you know, we as Caribbean people, we have so much ideas. There's so much that we could stop with the ideas now and have ideas enough to last us 30 years, right? And so we are creative that way. What we've not been is innovative. And it's the difference between creativity and innovation. We have enough ideas, but we're just not executing anything.
All right, and I'm hoping that in our discourse here today, and as we've had this discourse over the last couple of weeks, that we begin to move to more tangible items, that we can have outputs from these discussions, that we can really move on. All of us, I imagine, on this are working people in terms of, businesses, farms, and, to take the time out to come here at afternoons, Wednesday afternoons and so on, for me is significant. I don't mind doing it because I am one of those persons who want to push the Caribbean agenda as it relates to food security of the region. As a student of history, as an avid farmer myself and practitioner, and a man who have worked in the field of policy and advocacy and planning and urban design and all these different rural development, this is something that really, really tugs at my heartstring. And I want to repeat what I've said before, that we're going to have to begin to become more pointed about the conversations we are having and make sure it leads to a particular end. And that end is that we are creating something or becoming a part of something, a vehicle for change. I hope that is where we're heading. But as I listen here today, I understand and I see the passionate presentations of my fellow panelists and so on, and discussions. And I just know that they have the knowledge, I know they have the experience. And I feel like I'm among those persons who are sensitive to the issues of the region. The only question left is, when are we going to establish that mechanism that gets us from point A to point B?
Sister Maureen. Good evening, Sister Maureen. One of the things that I would want you have been part of our discussion. One of the things that I would like you to, give me your input on is, how do we, what are the fundamental steps that we need to take to get our organization focused? As you know, what we want to do, we want to strengthen our organization into one organization representing the interests of the farmers. That is our ultimate goal. Let us take a break, and then when we return, I want you to, comment on that. Yes. This is Rebel Radio. We are on Caribbean Farmers. Let us take a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're rich in lights, our energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel
never end.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. And we are on Caribbean Farmers. We have been joined by Mr. Andy Eversley. Good evening, Mr. Eversley.
Good evening, sir. How are you doing?
Yes, we are supposed to be doing okay. Yes, Miss Denton. Yes, Miss Denton, you Miss Denton, Maureen?
Yeah, Maureen, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you now. Go ahead.
The last time we met, week before last, because we all agree that we need an organization in place to help us move forward with the ideas and the implementation of these ideas that we talk about. And as the speaker before said, the quicker we can get to the point of being able to actually start doing something and moving from talking, is the quicker we'll get to really trying to improve the agricultural situation throughout the region. We had talked about, there was discussion about the organization called CAFAN. Right, as to whether we would try to operate through that organization or not, and I think that's where we left the discussion. So I think it's important for us to decide whether that's the way we're going to go, or whether we're going to start a new organization. Right. Part of that, now I know we had a description that was sent through. But what I don't think I saw was the current who are the current memberships, what's the current membership, who are the directors or officers or whatever it is of this organization, and whether in fact there was room for us to work through that organization. Clearly, the terms of reference as to what it was set up for sounds like it aligns with what we're doing. But we need to understand how it has been functioning and how effective it has been, some of the challenges, because you don't really want to drop into another bureaucracy organization that's really not functioning effectively. And I'm not saying it isn't, I just have no idea. So I think we saw the description, but I think we need more information. For example, who is the president or the whatever the title is of CAFAN?
Yes.
Who are the members? Who are the officers? And it may be worthwhile, Desmond, to have them on for them to speak to what the organization is doing, etc. What are the challenges, how effective it is. They understanding what it is we're trying to do, and that we want to move with a certain amount of urgency. We just can't plod along as we normally do, and it takes years and years. So we need to come to a decision as to whether it's going to be working through CAFAN, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, or we're going to establish another organization to move forward. That has to be a quick decision.
Yes. One of the things that we are supposed to do within this group, the group is supposed to decide or give us a final decision on whether we are going to work with CAFAN. We are still awaiting that.
We don't have enough information.
Yes. Well, what I am going to do then,
Mr. Richard, remember James Paul was supposed to take the lead on that. I will talk to him again tomorrow, but he had a very, very busy, hectic schedule. But I'll talk to him again tomorrow about it. But I think he was supposed to take the lead on investigating that. But Andy Eversley is very good at research. we may be able to press them in as well.
I would like to propose that the upcoming Caribbean Week of Agriculture, which is scheduled to be in St. Kitts at the end of the month, right? I don't know who all will be attending, but we in the Bahamas, we'll be sending a delegation from my organization to the CWA, and maybe the gentleman from St. Kitts play a role in acting as the host of Caribbean farmers and begin a discussion on the way forward. I that we should start a new organization. Because
I'm sorry, repeat what you just said, please.
Pardon me?
I didn't hear you said, what did you say about we should form or not form? I didn't hear you clearly.
I think we should start a new organization because some of these organizations are baggage. And the baggage is such that it's between. And I think the region is in a different mode. And the region that I think is in a private sector mode. And I have a quote from Mr. Patrick Antoine made the statement that we're in an era of innovation. And it's innovation that is going to project this new agriculture in the region and make it truly regional and address this regional question of food imports. So I think this Caribbean farmers group that we have assembled here should become a new entity in order to project this new approach to regional agriculture. That's my view.
Okay, well, gentlemen and ladies, what I think we need to do is we need to come to a final decision as to whether we should take up Handy's suggestion of forming a new organization or we should go along with CAFAN. We are going to get more information about CAFAN. One of the things that you recall that it was CAFAN was supposed in the process of electing a new executive. So we need to find out the status of CAFAN to find out, the membership and get them to join us so that they can hear what is our position and they will decide whether or not they are able to take on our group. So let us say then, during this week, the rest of the week, we are going to work on that to get that information available so that we can present it next week for the members to make a decision how we go forward.
I think Mr. Lane, you should at least try and nudge Mr. James Paul to be present so he can update us on the state of the CAFAN.
I'm just surprised that he didn't hear this man. But one of my challenges with organizations such Cardi was an excellent institution that worked throughout the region. Originally, they got their funding from governments and has strong support with the regional governments. But governments within the Caribbean, when the topic isn't as popular, they seem to go cool, go off the ball in terms of support, financial support for these organizations. We need to keep the ministries of our agriculture and right up to the office of the Prime Minister aware how important this is. And I think we're talking this, but it is very important to talk about these things as well.
Mr. Lane,
yes,
Lane, I think the Caribbean private sector organization was brought into the mix. Are you a Prime Minister here?
Yeah.
All right. Because she realized that it would take the private sector to get the region out of this dilemma. There's too much dependency, sir, on these governments. All right? There's too much dependency, and these governments are limited in terms of funding organizations. You know, one of the problems with CARICOM is the proliferation of organizations. And countries like Jamaica, because I've been on CARI, I refuse to meet these commitments because it's proliferation and it's based on population size and income. We need to take the region, right, and make it more private sector oriented, sir. That is the problem with the region. All right? Too government dependent. We in the Bahamas don't operate like that.
Well, I would accept your suggestion, but what I also see that in certain activities in the economy, and I know the Prime Minister of Barbados, she articulated her point fairly well, and when it suits, I want to be very gracious to her, but when it suits her, she can say the right words at the right time. But I can see that there's significant monies that are borrowed for the economy of Barbados that go into the tourism industry. We have this panic response. If there's a shortage, people within the Ministry of Agriculture want an instant solution to it. Meetings day and night. How could this happen? And it's that knee-jerk sort of reaction that we see throughout the Caribbean. I wanted to ask the member from St. Kitts, because St. Kitts was excellent. I know they're a water scarce country, but they did an excellent job in the past. And I said this already, I need to praise them up on that. They used to do wonderful irons, large commercial size irons, and it was mostly smaller farmers that would have an acre or two or three, but it was financially viable. So maybe these islands that have specialty skills, we bring in about $15 million every friend of mine told me we bring $50 million of revenues in Barbados annually.
Mr. Lane.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lane, the Bahamian tourism economy is the largest in the region, right? Yeah. The largest in the region, 12 million people. No CARICOM country has that size of the tourism economy. Okay? All right? We see tourism as a domestic export market. Let me repeat. A domestic export market. Right? The Caribbean has been described, sir, as the most tourism-dependent region in the world. These small islands cannot compete agriculturally, and tourism has been the element that has taken millions of us out of poverty. So don't knock tourism. We need to embrace tourism. We need to use the opportunities that tourism has provided to the region. And those opportunities are in the need to supply food. It is the tourism sector, for example, in the Bahamas, that is driving the demand for food. Not the indigenous population, it's tourism. So we need to piggyback on that by linking it I'm going to knock it.
I know. That was not the intention. That was not the intention. And I support you there. The problem with Bahamas tourism, though, and it may be so with the Bahamas as well, is that a significant part, we talk about the money that is being spent. Most of that money never ever comes to our islands.
Well, all I know is the Bahamian economy, for the first time, particularly since COVID, was in a surplus. I don't know how you all run your government. Our economy was in a surplus. All right? And the government has been able to give public service raises, we've been able to reduce costs, reduce a number of things, right? Because of the vibrancy of our economy. And it all stems, we've now surpassed pre-COVID tourism arrivals, right? So tourism is working for us.
No, Mr. Godfrey, Mr. Godfrey, I don't think we are knocking. I don't think we are knocking tourism. Because what we are saying is that we need the tourism sector throughout the Caribbean to buy more of the food produced by our farmers.
Yes, but we need to produce more so that they can buy it.
Yes, that is what our group is aiming for. So that the farmers in the Caribbean can produce more food to sell to the tourism sector. That is what
exactly.
That is our aim.
Yeah, but in the Bahamas, for example, we cannot supply the tourism market. Yeah. That is why we are developing programs to attract producers from the region to help us supply a market. We have a $50 million market in there.
Right.
I sent them to the lane.
And therefore, what we would want to do is that throughout the Caribbean, so you need onions. Let us say for argument, you need onions, and as Mr. Lane pointed out, that St. Kitts has a good market for onions. In other words, they are producing onions. So the farmers in St. Kitts could benefit from selling their onions to the market in Bahamas. You need vegetables. The farmers in Guyana could benefit to supply, right? You want eggs. The farmers in Jamaica could benefit from that. And what?
Let me cut you off. Let me give you an example. All right. We tried to get rice from Guyana.
Right.
We tried to get rice from Guyana. Right. They couldn't supply us because the output had reached the maximum that they had made quotas. Right. We tried to get rice from Guyana and couldn't get it because we're a rice-eating country. We wanted regional rice and couldn't get it from Guyana.
Guyana couldn't supply. Could not supply.
No,
right, but Desmond, I just want to suggest, because I think I think we want to understand the issues and the challenges, right? And as he said, we have done well in Jamaica.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, Maureen? Are you
his volume went down.
Are you hearing me? Shiraz, you are there?
Yes.
Mr. Khan, are you there? Mr. Helversley, are you there?
I'm still here. I would love to be able to make a point.
Yeah, well, go on, because we lost Maureen, it would appear as if.
All right, so my point is we have to be very pragmatic. I agree with some of the speakers who say that a lot of our agricultural output is produced to service our tourism industries, right? That is a very factual statement. But
there are some economies within the Caribbean where the exchange rate is lower than some others. Those countries can also export profitably once their cost of production is low, right? They can also export some of their surplus to some of the other countries. So, a good example, Guyana, who has a large geographical surface and have a lot of natural have a lot of natural features. Given their exchange rate, they can export, say, to a country such as Guyana, and also to the Bahamas, because their exchange rate would allow them to export to these countries tax or disincentive to domestic producers. So we also have to be mindful that agricultural production in the Caribbean is not just there to service tourism, but it is there also to service the local and the domestic or even the regional population. And we have to remember that during the pandemic, a lot of the economies, the output, the growth in the economies declined. So we have to be very careful how we depend on the source or as the outlet for our output, right? The countries which have low cost of production, which have low exchange rates, those countries probably who have competitive or comparative advantage in terms of production, they have to look at exporting regionally and extra-regionally. So that's the point I also want to make.
Okay. Maureen, are you back? Not there. Mr. Khan? Hello, Mr. Khan.
Yes. Pleasant afternoon.
Yes.
I've been working and listening, so pleasant afternoon to everybody. The discussion is healthy, but some of the problems that we think that we might have in terms of trading within the Caribbean, I think it is simply because I think we're not talking enough to one another. I think we're not conversing and we're not having enough conversation of how we can trade. We're just suggesting that we could do these things. But I think what happening is that via this organization, we want to get involved in CAFAN or even our own Caribbean Agriculture Farmers or Farmers Association Caribbean, something like that. Whichever one we decide to, we can now create a different conversation. Because I personally think our citizens is very more important than even targeting the tourism sector, because COVID destroyed a lot of us during the pandemic. I for instance, we were producing milk and nobody to come and buy it for 6 months and nobody to buy meat, but we spent all our savings or what we borrowed money just to keep the farm running because we had to pay employees. Animals have to eat, it have to be milk, it had to be fed.
Mm-hmm.
So we suffered a tremendous blow like that. And I think there's no government in the region paid attention to what agriculture people went through during that pandemic. Mm-hmm. Yes, they say we're essential because they want us to feed the country. But after the pandemic, we went back to importing goods and even increased importation of different goods because of the situation, our farmers could not produce because of labor and all of that.
Yes.
Right? We have a situation right now, and let me apologize to Daryl because I'm supposed to be at a meeting, instead of a farmers meeting this evening. Mm. So he attended and I stayed back.
Okay.
Right? But what my discussion with Daryl is that ideally this group here should make a move because CAFAN, while it was there, it did some good work, but it's dormant, it's not active. Right? I don't know if they are registered body. I don't know how their management is being up off. He's supposed to get back to me like that, but we had meetings last week on agriculture because a new government comes into power. It's like we're starting all over again to reinvent the wheel.
Sure.
Right? So we, as the farmers, government will come and government will go, but we remain there and our organization remains here. And we can now negotiate with a stronger body.
Okay. Well, as I said earlier,
Desmond, I appreciate and I endorse all of what was just said. But we in Barbados were exceptionally lucky. You know, our food crop, production in Barbados was significantly impacted in a positive way by Guyanese living on this island. They did an excellent job here of providing, and I know Mr. Addy could confirm that. They did an excellent job. Some of them returned home, but most of them are still here servicing the food crop production. Some of them are even into poultry. Not as many, but they did an excellent job here with our limited water resources. We diversified rather than overhead sprinkling. We're mostly water would evaporate. We use trickle irrigation, where the spaghetti chews, the water will go directly to the root, and you use less water. So all of those things are positive things that we can develop on. We just sent some of our best sheep to Ghana. I hope they survived. The black belly sheep, they like a drier environment. Ghana is fairly saturated certain times of the year with water. So I hope that they're doing well, but at least they'll have a lot more fodder that they can consume in Ghana. So we need to have the Caribbean people work together. But one thing about the support for farmers that happened, it was the governments were very reliant on local production. But as soon as the other markets open up, and the price is cheaper to import, they seem to gravitate back to that.
Yeah, well, last second there. That's also, let me see if Maureen is back, because she was making a point when she was disconnected. Maureen, are you back with us?
Yes.
Yes. You have 2 minutes.
I'm not sure where I got cut off.
Yeah. Well, I know you were at the point where you were telling us about the it just slipped me a while ago. But go
about the structure, how we move forward.
Yes. Go ahead.
So I don't know. I was just saying that. I was just saying that, so in order for us to move forward, we need to make a decision. So I was saying, one, who is going to provide the information on CAFAN for the next meeting? And two, I was suggesting that notwithstanding CAFAN, that we perhaps still need to just form our own organization that could be an affiliate of CAFAN or however their membership is. But I think by next week, we need to just finalize this and make a decision. Right. I don't know if you had heard all of that before. Not sure.
Well, okay. Listen, gentlemen and lady, one of the things that for next week, what we have come to the end of today's show, the time. But let us say for what we are going to do next week, we are going to make contact with CAFAN to find out its true position, so that we have all the information available to us next week, when at that time we can now decide whether or not we form our own organization or we will join up with CAFAN or whichever organization. So let us say that will be our mission. I am going to take that on for the rest of the week, and to sensitize the relevant parties so that they can get the information ready for us next week. We have come to the end of today's show, so I want to thank all of you, Mr. Godfrey Enos, Shiraz Khan, Mr. Handy Eversley, Meshat Halford, Stephen Lane, Maureen Denton. Until next week, have a good weekend.
Thanks very much.
Bye. Take care.
All right. Okay. So that was food security. Yes. And, well, you heard the discussion there. We have to get our group together. We need to make a decision next week as to whether or not we are going to join up with Kafan or we are going to form a new organization. This is Rebel Radio. Let us go for a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Jamaica eyes were built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we climb. JPS Jamaica. Together we shine.
Shine from the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Your JPS and make the shine never end.
Imagine a world where information is power, where news meets insight. This is Eyes on the World, your personal lens. We are watching with you. Stay informed, stay curious, get the world's stories reported to you. Eyes on the World, your perspective.
Yes, it's time for our big story, our big program, Eyes on the World, where we take a look at what is happening globally. And as you know, the genocide in Gaza continues, and it is escalating. People are dying, starving. Yes, look at what is happening around the world now on Eyes on the World.
A massive military parade in Beijing was witnessed by some of America's most powerful adversaries. China's leader, Xi Jinping, welcomed Russian President Vladimir Putin and North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un. He took the train straight from North Korea. It is all part of China's quest to become the world's leading military power as the U.S. pulls back from traditional alliances.
Well, China flexed its military might and muscle at the parade here in Beijing this morning. It also showcased its latest military hardware. Well, during his address, Chinese President Xi Jinping said China was unstoppable.
With the sound of cannons firing across Tiananmen Square, soldiers from the People's Liberation Army goose-stepped in perfect unison, moving as one. This was part of the largest military parade ever to be held in China, marking the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. Overseeing his troops under a blazing sun, China's President Xi Jinping. Greetings, comrades. You are working hard, he told them. And then it was the unveiling of Beijing's new military hardware, nuclear-armed missiles with potential global reach, hypersonic weapons, autonomous underwater drones, and laser air defence systems. But this spectacle was more than just commemorating the war dead. It was an opportunity for Xi to take centre stage, flanked by his powerful allies and neighbours, Russia's President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. And the message was undeniable: strength in solidarity and a challenge to the US-dominated world order.
Well, China's military power and preparedness is clearly on display for the world to see. What's happening on stage is just as important. The deepening ties between China, Russia and North Korea would certainly have some in Washington concerned.
During his speech, Xi called upon the People's Liberation Army to accelerate its development into a world-class military and, quote, resolutely safeguard national sovereignty, unity and territorial integrity. A demonstration of might and capability that has the potential to back up Xi's vision of a new world order.
Interestingly, 15 minutes into the parade, President Trump took to social media and took issue with China. He said that America deserved more credit for China's victory over Japan back in World War II. He then accused China, Russia and North Korea of conspiring against the United States.
Today's Chinese military parade shocked the U.S., and here's why. In Tiananmen Square, 26 world leaders were there. India, Russia, North Korea, Pakistan, and more. Watching China show raw power. The spotlight, the brand new DF-61 missile rolling out for the first
I love Palestine. Hey, I am Cristiano Ronaldo speaking. Can't you see what's happening? The people of Palestine are suffering beyond imagination. The Israeli forces are bombing them mercilessly. Gaza is turning into rubble. Children are crying. Parents are lying lifeless, and the world remains silent. The air in Gaza smells of blood and sorrow. I have always stood with the people of Palestine.
Something shocking just happened in China's military parade, and Pentagon officials haven't slept since. Pizza deliveries around the White House up 400%. Analysts are scrambling because China just dropped weapons that break all the rules. 3 words: Dongfeng 61 missiles. Reach anywhere on Earth in under 20 minutes, faster than any defense system can react. Then came the DF-5C liquid-fueled nuclear global strike range. 8 words that terrify the world. China skipped decades of development in one parade. Combat ready, no warning, the Pentagon, total chaos. Late-night pizza deliveries tell the story. The balance of power didn't just shift, it was completely rewritten in one morning in Beijing.
After Gaza, the world's second worst hunger crisis is here in South Sudan. And here's how it's playing out in this refugee camp. Families are lining up for dry food from the World Food Programme. Some people have just arrived, fleeing the war in Sudan, and others have been here since South Sudan's own civil war nearly 10 years ago. South Sudan is the world's youngest country, but it ranks last on the Human Development Index. Despite its oil wealth, years of conflict mean around 9 million people still rely on aid to survive. Families I've spoken to here today told me what they're getting is just not enough, and that's the same story across the country. At the hospital here in Maban, nurses told me they're having to improvise treatments or cut back care for malnourished children and new mothers because medicine haven't arrived in months due to funding cuts. Like in other clinics I visited in the south of the country, nursing staff has also been halved.
I work because to save the life of the people. We have been staying for 6 months without salary. So if I work without money, it is not good. My children at home, they are very hungry.
Malnutrition rates have soared. 7.7 million people are hungry and over 80,000 are already living in famine-like conditions. Aid workers warn that diseases that come with this rainy season are likely to make the hunger situation much worse. Aid workers say US cuts have taken away what they see as the backbone of the country's health system.
With global aid cuts, what we're seeing is we just can't meet all of the needs. And we saw that where there used to be 22 nutrition centers, there are now 15.
Many local NGO workers in South Sudan I've met that do still have a job are now supporting up to 30 relatives on a reduced paycheck. This country also hosts more than 1.2 million refugees from Sudan, one of the largest refugee populations in the world, yet it has so little to give itself. Local leaders I've spoken to have also raised concern that fresh fighting could push the country back into another civil war.
For climate change and energy.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In a world replete with humanitarian crises, from Gaza to Ukraine, it's sometimes very difficult for other crises to get attention in the world, or indeed here. And today I want to highlight just one, Sudan. Sudan is currently facing the world's largest hunger crisis and the world's largest displacement crisis. And the scale of suffering is unimaginable. Over half the population live in acute hunger, struggling each day for enough food to survive. 11 million people have fled their homes, somewhere between half and a third of our population, have fled their homes, often with nothing but the clothes on their backs in search of safety and stability. You might ask, what's this got to do with Australia? Well, every humanitarian crisis, I think, in fact, impacts on every human in the world. In this case, Fatima Zakaria from my electorate, Blacktown, recently lost her sister and all 8 of her sister's children in an artillery strike. 8 of her nieces and nephews dead. This is not an isolated incident. Over 15,000 civilians are estimated to have been killed in Darfur alone since the conflict began. Many members of my community have lost family. Many think they've lost family but are unable to make any contact. On the 1st and 2nd of December last year, the Zazam camp came under heavy shelling. Located near Al Fasher, the camp hosts 500,000 people came under shelling. According to humanitarian agencies, access to food, clean water and medical treatment in Zazam is now almost non-existent. Tragically, 5 people killed and 18 were wounded. Madam Deputy Speaker, the list of incidents and tragedies goes on. On the 24th of January, an attack occurred at the Saudi Teaching Maternal Hospital in Al Fasher. I'll say it again, an attack on a maternal hospital. The attack was carried out by the Rapid Support Forces and claimed the lives of at least 70 patients and wounded dozens. This was the only functional hospital in Al Fasher that was attacked. Then again, the Zazam camp came under attack. This time, Madam Deputy Speaker, 2,000 people lost their lives in one attack. As I said, this is one of the world's worst humanitarian crises, and I haven't seen it reported anywhere really in Australia. I'm not being critical of journalists. It's a very busy international environment, but it's right that it be noted, at least in this parliament. I want to thank my friend Musab Hassan, the chairperson of the Zagwara Association, the Zagwara Union in Australia, for talking to me about this, and I extend my best wishes and condolences to his entire community.
Thank you.
Oh, yes. So there you have it. You see what is happening you know, in parts of the world, yes, the situation there is terrible. In Sudan, in Haiti, in Gaza, yes. And we have with us now Donna, and we are going to talk about the situation in Gaza. Donna, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Am I on?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me?
There's a reverberation in the back. I'm hearing well.
I don't know where that is coming from because I'm hearing you clearly.
Okay, I heard you there. I heard you there, but it's like there's somebody else talking in the back.
No, I don't know where that is coming from at all. I have no one in my studio. So the bombings continue in Gaza. The killings continue. And the starvation, you know, what is on your mind?
It's when was it? A few days ago, September 7th. Yes. It was 23 months since Operation Flood. I can't remember the name. The military, the code name that Hamas gave to the operation. And nothing has changed in terms of a ceasefire between the two parties. Hamas has accepted more than one ceasefire proposal. Israel is the one who keeps rejecting. Israel is the obstacle to peace, has always been the obstacle to the resolution of this 80-year-old conflict. They have done the Israeli regime, successive Israeli administrations have done everything in their power to torpedo any sort of creation of a Palestinian state. The latest atrocity took place a day or 2 days ago when Hamas negotiators in Qatar were targeted in an assassination attempt. Israel attempted to wipe out the Hamas negotiations, and that is part of the Israeli strategy, the decapitation of Hamas leadership, the decapitation of the resistance leaders. Just last week, they assassinated the main spokesperson for Hamas. So nothing has really changed, because I see two basic solutions to this issue. One is it's going to be a political solution. We are going to negotiate change where the Western global class, governing class, going to say to Israel, you have to accept the conditions under Resolution 242, that's the United Resolution 244, which calls for the establishment of a Palestinian state along 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as the capital of that state. We're not seeing that. The second solution then is military, where you have to have some sort of military coalition, some sort of coalition of states, maybe Arab states, to take on the Israeli regime, to take on the Israeli army, and you're not seeing that any signs of that. So the resistance is fighting. They're fighting on, and I don't know if I can take it within the Palestinian resistance within other resistance, because this is not a country fighting a country. Palestine is not a country as easily defined nation. It doesn't have an army. These are occupied people, factions within occupation, fighting and occupying. So the only thing left is for the resistance to keep fighting, and hopefully they will succeed. And the drawback with that is that it may take years, and between that success and now, how many Palestinians' lives would have been sacrificed? That's the crazy. That's how crazy this thing is, and just the mere fact that all it takes is for America, for the EU, for the UK, for the United States to reign Israel. It's not happening. So I really don't know. Sometimes I tend to give up and hope, of a resolution. But you have to keep holding on.
Yes.
You have to keep holding on, because these are people we're talking about.
Yes.
These are innocent civilians we're talking about. This is genocide. It's not a war. It's not a war. The Western political leadership and their media want to define this as a war. It's not a war. It's not a war between competing armies, two masses that are of equal strength. As I said, these are occupations. No, these are forces under occupation, fighting and occupier. An occupier that is not that is targeting innocent civilians and carrying out the intent to wipe them out or replacement. So it's I just wait to see. Hello?
Yes, I'm hearing you, Donna. I'm hearing you.
Yeah. So it has become, things have got worse, and then there's the whole issue of starvation as a weapon of war. Again, breaking another rule under international law, because you're not supposed to use food as a weapon. Israel is starving Palestinian children. Israel is denying formula, diapers, sanitary convenience. So the people, the babies and people, and women, young women and girls of Palestine, there's a flotilla, 50 ships from 50 countries on private citizens, activists on their way to Gaza to try and break the siege.
Yes.
But led by the climate activists that are found. But the main ship was attacked a few days ago. It was bombed.
Yes.
Israel continues to break every protocol, every covenant of international law, the rule of law, and gets away with it.
Yes. What you think can be done, Donna? What you think can be done to encourage to get our regional governments to stand up, sever diplomatic and trade links with Israel. What are some of the steps you think the people can take?
Here in the Caribbean?
Yes.
You know, the least, I suppose, we here in the Caribbean is to lend our voice, both in the wider population and both at the government stage. We can call it what it is, a genocide. We can cut diplomatic ties with Israel. But the difficulty in that is that Israel supplies cyber technology to a lot of these government units. So cyber security technology to a lot of these governments. So that in and of itself is a stalemate. I don't know how governments respond to numbers, mass protests. But people have been marching around the world for 2 years, in years. Greatest of numbers, great numbers, and that has not meant anything to the ruling classes. So I don't know. I don't see how we in the Caribbean sort of maybe, protesting can get our government to disengage from this apartheid state on trial for war crimes. There was an attempt a few months ago. I don't know if you heard about it. In Barbados, activist group, human rights group, brought a suit before the Barbados court to force the government's hand to call what is happening inside and to introduce certain sanctions such as not giving permission to ships that are transporting military equipment to Israel to use their nation flag as a cover. So it's under our policy, under our practice called flags of convenience, where countries who want to, or companies who want to mask the fact that they're transporting military armaments, military equipment to Israel can use, you give them permission to use your flag, and it more or less hides what the illegality of that. So that lawsuit was brought, and it was thrown out. It was thrown out by the Barbados Supreme Court. It was thrown out. So I honestly don't know, because short of sanctions, which has always proven to bring regimes like this to their knees, a short of sanctions and boycott on Israel, as was done on South Africa, as has been going on with Russia, over 20,000 sanctions against Russia. I don't know. I honestly don't know how this thing is going to end. I honestly don't know because the political will is not there.
Yes, yes.
The people at the global among the global population, the support is there. They've done everything.
Yes, the situation is intolerable, Donna, intolerable. And as you say, it is going to be difficult, very difficult, to get the Israelis to stop the killings. And, you know, as we say, the situation is intolerable. As we speak, the bombings continue, yes, and life is unbearable in Gaza. Food is being used as a weapon against the people there. All right? Medicine. People can't access that. People can't access water, shelter. The last report I got that people were still living on the street. Yes. And as I said, the lack of food, yes, people are still having difficulty getting food. People were still having difficulty getting medicine. So shelter, babies are being died from starvation. People can't get food for their young ones. And as we say, this is the situation. Right. Now in the Caribbean, we continue to have a similar situation here in Haiti. Yes, there are no bombings in Haiti, but the people are having difficulties there. The gangs have control of nearly all of the country. And the people over in our Caribbean islands, they're having difficulties to access food, yes, water, medicine, right? And people are being killed right under our noses. So it is not just in Gaza, but as we say, right in the Caribbean here, right? And earlier on, we had a discussion where the one journalist there, Joseph Gaila Delva, he has been threatened, and he's now thinking of fleeing the country. The latest report we have on that, the Inter-American Press Association, IAPA, strongly condemned threats against the personal safety of Asian journalist and press freedom advocate Joseph Gaila Delva, who was forced to suspend his professional activities amid escalating intimidation. Yes. So we see IAPA, IAPA Vice Chair of the Committee on Freedom of the Press and Information in the country reported that since early August, he has been the target of persistent harassment, including death threats from unidentified individuals. Yes. So one of the things that we see as we speak, that this journalist, they are, and the journalists fear that those threats are coming from state agents. Yes, that is what we are getting to understand. We also understand that they are planning to link him to the gangs so that they can arrest him. Yes, so that is what is happening in Haiti. The other thing we must note that more than 900 journalists from Latin America are estimated to be rebuilding lives and jobs in exile. Yes, that is what is happening there. Nearly half of Chile's communes are news deserts, but news forests still bloom. Yes. Paraguayan journalist proposes change, in centric journalism to revitalize news industry. So, the situation there is serious. And we also observe that Peru's amnesty law may erase years of struggles for justice in crimes against journalists. Yes. I said more than 900 are living abroad in exile. Yes. That is what is happening in Latin America. Journalists have to flee. Yes. From 2018 to 2024, nearly 913 journalists from 15 Latin American countries have been forced to move to other countries to protect their lives, their safety, and that of their families. A large portion end up leaving the profession altogether. Yes. This estimate comes from the recently released report, Displaced Voices, a snapshot of Latin American journalistic exile, 2018-24. So, and we know, the report continues that the fact that 15 countries have expelled journalists simply for doing their jobs reveals that democracies in Latin America are undergoing a significant process of erosion. Yes, that is what is happening. And we know that over 200 journalists have been killed in Gaza since the start of the genocide over there. Right? So we are going through a process where freedom of expression is under threat, right? And not only that, the lives of people are under threat. That is what we are facing right now. In Jamaica, fortunately, we have not experienced those atrocities. We have to give thanks. Yes. Today, none of our members have been killed. Yes. To date, we we are still able to perform our duties without threats from the state or from other elements, right? But we have to be concerned about what is happening to our colleagues around us. Yes, we have to. So let us see, you know, as for example, one of our colleagues right now is in Cuba. This journalist was shot last December while attending a press conference in Haiti. Right, you will remember 2 policemen and a number of journalists were shot. Well, he remains in Cuba and is due to undergo critical surgery. But the Asian state has refused from paying the fees, is reluctant. Right? So one of the things that we at Rebel Radio, we are trying to find alternate means to support and to assist our colleague in Cuba, because this is a life-threatening situation that he's facing over there, and we don't see the state is not moving urgently to address his situation. So we had a discussion earlier on, and we took a decision that we were going to use our offices and try to do whatever we can to ensure that he receives his operation and to save his life. Yes, we are working on that. Well, that is where we are. That's the end of Eyes on the World for today. Yes, as you know, this is our program where we look at what is happening in the world. So until next week, Wednesday, yes, this is Eyes on the World.
Imagine a world where information is power, where news meets insight. This is Eyes on the World, your personal lens. We are watching with you. Stay informed, stay curious, get the world's stories reported to you. Eyes on the World, your perspective.
Oh, so rising higher, higher, there's magic everywhere. The expectation of a nation's like music to the air. We're singing a brand new song, marching to a brand new beat. Down the hillside, through the valleys, filling every street. It's time to rise up, stand and take your place. Rise up, shine like the sun. Rise up, rise up. No matter where you
Time for JJ McCullough to tell us what is happening in the world of sports and entertainment. Hello, JJ.
Yes, there's a lot going on, especially from Mr. Richards.
Yes, what you know that we have lost the greatest, one of our greatest sports icon. You know that.
Yes, Alan Skillcole.
Yeah.
That man represented Jamaica with a lot of passion, with a lot of, his name was called worldwide while he was in Brazil, come back to Jamaica with Santos, and all condolences are pouring in from sporting icons, man like Spanner Dennis, Ali McNabb. They have known what Alan Skillcole had done during the 60s and 70s. But as a 15-year-old, he was really one of those who was playing on the South American continent and playing for Santos. And those are the times of Pele, the great, right? And Alan Skillcole has made his name. It's only just a few of us, and you have young ones here right now heard of what he does, but does not really saw what he did in those times. Because you know that when it was coming to like having and telling how good Alan Skillcole was during those times for his club and for Jamaica, right? So a lot of condolences are coming in for him and his immediate family. I think the government is looking at, doing everything they can in support of his service to come, and it's something that the Ministry of Sport is looking.
Hello, JJ.
What he had. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so we are looking forward. We are looking forward to see what are the plans for his memorial, his service that will be coming up. Maybe I don't know, anytime soon, can be this month, next month. So we'll be wait and see what they are going to do when it's going to be burial and other things concerning that. Okay, just wait and see what's going to happen next. The next thing, Jamaica is 2 from 2 coming out of the World Cup qualifiers that began last week when they had played Bermuda 1-4, and last night, look at it, the same day Alan Skillcole had passed when the Reggae Boys had won, beating arch rival Trinidad and Tobago by 2-0. They have 4 more matches to leave, and the next window is going to be the 10th of October. And it was a lucky game from Jamaica, because can you imagine one person from Trinidad scored 3 times against Jamaica, and the goals were ruled offside. Yes. So Jamaica got a patch of luck there and put away the Trinidadians by 2-0 with 4 matches to go. They have maximum 6 points. They lead by 2 points over Curaçao, who had beaten Bermuda by 3-2. Yes, and Trinidad on 1 point, Bermuda as 0. So it's a good thing Jamaica has now going into the second round, which begins the 10th of October. For the World Cup, it will be Jamaica is aiming to go to the World Cup, but they did back in 1997 to play in the 1998 World Cup. So they're on a good journey now. It's only the winner of this group of 4 will go direct, and the best second place should be playing in an intercontinental playoff sometime in March next year. So it's looking good for us. And schoolwide football is going on, and Vassal Reynolds has come out and spoke and said, well, his KC team is playing very good and is looking forward to defending their title in Kingston College 100 years. And yes, they are looking forward to retain it, to have a special celebration, KC 100 years of winning the Manning Cup again. So it's our system goes on the DaCosta Cup and the Manning Cup that is taking place. Another thing, The World Championship is coming up this weekend in Japan, and another athlete, Rochelle Clayton, who does the 400-meter hurdles, is missing, is withdrawn because of injury, and there is no immediate replacement for her because of the logistics. At the time, it would make sense to get anyone now, because it would be very hard for them to get included on the team. So the World Championship begins this Saturday, yes, and the 100-meter finals will be running on this weekend, where we have the likes of the iconic Shelly Ann Fraser-Price, Tina Clayton, and Shericka Jackson line up in the 100 meters. And for the male, you have Oblique Seville, Kishane Thompson, and Akeem Blake represent on the male side for the 100 meters. So we're going to be in some competition starting this weekend on the World Championship in Japan. Anything else I'm missing out right here?
No, I'm not aware.
I think I heard talk of them getting that statue for our boxer who had lost Mike McCallum. Yes, we don't know if they're gonna be at the stadium or at one of the gym, but McCallum will be getting a statue, because of he's a 7-time Sportsman of the Year in Jamaica and fought in 3 different weight divisions. They should have given that to him while he was living, but it's not too late, and I think they're going to have a sculpture. I think it's best that it being placed. But where do you think this will place? At the National Stadium? Where would a bus or statue for Mike McCallum you think would be placed?
Well, the stadium would be an appropriate place, but I don't know what is the decision.
The stadium, just like on the outside, you have Bob Marley statue out there. When you look at all the statues and Basil Watson has placed there, it is mostly track and field at the National Stadium. So I'm thinking where would be the best place for a statue for Mike, the body snatcher McCallum, to be placed.
Well, as I said, there is still enough space there for that man, for a statue of Mike. If they but
place
at the stadium,
place outside. At the stadium, maybe outside, where Bob Marley statues or something. Yes, so I have a lot of plans. What I've heard from the minister, and as soon as Parliament is ready again, what are the plans they have? Because one of the major things they're looking at is the refurbishing of the National Stadium, which is going to take some time, and it's going to take some time for renovation of the stadium. We don't know if it's going to be available when they start to work on it comes next year. So it's something that the government has planned for the National Stadium and the one at Catherine Hall in Montego Bay. So these are something in the pipeline. The minister is looking at to getting it done after the administration comes in place. I think maybe sometime in October. I don't know if it's this month or next month. Let us wait and see, because I've heard that it's Tuesday. It's a swearing in of the Prime Minister for a new term. So we'll wait and see when this is going to happen. So far.
Yes.
Well, as for entertainment, well, it's the planning stages for events that are going to happen in December or January. We have the Rebel Salutes that is coming up. A lot of persons from overseas. That event is in January, and you have so many other events that's coming up between October and December. It's the planning stage, and you'll be hearing more.
What about that big show that is held in December? I think it wasn't the last Sting.
Sting. No one I've heard from Ling, but I think he has something that is going to put forward soon before the launch or anything. I think there's going to be something like that. I've heard of it, but not much. So we will be waiting to see what he's going to do this year because of the disappointment of not having it. Because of Freedom Street, I don't know what they're going to do with anything for Freedom Street, like what they did in January for Vibes Cartel. So we don't know. But that's after the year what what Ling and those and the powers that be, or the stakeholders, I should say, want to do about that this year. Because
what is the latest about on cartel?
Nothing nationally. It's just that he's doing his tour. But one thing is that people say it's very expensive, and he raised the bar on anyone who needs to know have to really can fork out some really good money for him. You know. Meanwhile, you have a lot of artists who are charged ordinary cartel raise the bar and putting it up from 100K, 1,000 going up. That's where his thing is now. So we're going to need a cartel like in Africa. The African find those kind of people to have him, and that's where he's operating from right now. And presently, as he resides, I think maybe somewhere in Miami is residing right now. We are going to just wait and see. We're going to wait and see. There's not much entertainment now other than the small things that we're in school time. Nothing is not going to ring in right until after October, go straight back to January. Yes, for the winter season where the entertainment is concerned. We'll be hearing a lot more in subsequent entertainment news that will be forthcoming.
Okay. And Bob was late.
Yeah.
Bob was late to rest last Sunday.
Bob was late last Sunday. I was there. I took the Restream gave us speed, and I said to them, because I'm on tape there. You know, I have been following Bob Campbell for how long and how he play music, and it is why when I saw myself at Rebel Radio in 2023, and you know, he inspired me, and that is why that is who I am now, because I play the music as how he does. When I get several gigs to play out, you know, and yes, and I can say I can owe that to Alonzo Hawk, Bob Campbell.
Okay.
That tribute to his family. Yes, I spoke there with other persons, them, and I went to the Dove Cat and we put him down in the ground there. It was really, he got a lot of support, I can tell you. And I'm going to post up some of these on Facebook and the videos and the pictures, and you will get to see. And his family, nice family, I can tell you. Yeah.
Okay. Well, until Friday, thank you very much. Okay, that was Kingsley J.J. McCalla there, and bringing us up to date on sports and entertainment. Well, that's the end of today's show. Yes. Thanks to all my listeners and viewers. Yes, and we continue to pay attention to what is happening in Haiti and in Gaza. Yes. Well, thanks to all my listeners. Yes. Thanks to my technical operator. And remember, users of our roads, take it easy, be careful. The casualties are too many. And remember to take care of yourself. Be safe. Until Friday, this is Rebel Radio, and I am Desmond Richards.
It's the Everybody
everybody sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleypark Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, Hardware and Supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, Hardware and Supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com. Tools!
The Lion King of Hard Heels.
Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're rich in minds, our energy